Hello. Okay. Today I have teleprompter chat. So I can read that. Redshift, yay, even more Python. Shortly after seeing your BRB server screen yesterday, so masterfully crafted, I think you could do a whole line of hand-drawn computers for shirts. So, fun fact, if you go on to the Teespring store, you can find the Abominable Keyboard shirt, which is similar to that. Somehow it's the best selling one too, so you know what? You might be onto something.
Subscribed at tier 1.
But hello, so
and says so you can read more chat nonsense.
the stuff. Ooh. Alright. It's very unnerving. You stare directly at chat. I feel like you're directly into my soul. Would recommend that. It's very dark in there. Oh man. Yeah, so that's how that works. I love the chat appearing on the teleprompter. Yeah, it's kind of, it's weird. It is very, very weird. Yeah. So, okay. What we can do though, is actually do the stuff. So look at me. Okay. Real quick, so, the package that I'm waiting for is about 40 miles away, but they don't think they're going to deliver it today now, but it was updated last at 3 a.m. there. So that's why I'm still here, and I'm probably going to be here tomorrow too, because at this point, in for a penny and for a pound, I guess. But yeah, so it's a front-facing show. Isn't really can't hurt you. But yeah, no SNES half-hour tangent. What are you talking about? But yeah, so the package is, yeah, maybe on its way, maybe not. So it'll be here next weekend too. Hopefully not. But all right, let's go over what exactly we're working on today so that anyone who may have missed it can catch up. So I am working on a demo GitHub project. I forgot to open the GitHub page this time, but you know what GitHub looks like. It looks like a web page that very frequently you're not signed into. Anyway, so I'm working on a project here that has WebSockets and not Flask Ort, which is Flask but fancy, so that I can better implement web front ends to my miscellaneous software projects. So what we're currently working on is understanding WebSockets and figuring out how they can be utilized to communicate to clients while also showing web pages and stuff. So all the snow in Arizona is disrupting the mail. I have my window open blowing air in right now because it's so nice out. Industrious ant. So, yeah, let me show you what it's currently looking like, because I'll say this. So this is the Quart WebSocket page that tells you how to do WebSockets, and this is the only tutorial page. It's the last section of the tutorials, I think, for the how-to guides, and it kind of sucks. It barely tells you how to make this work, and it doesn't do a whole lot. Ben found this Medium article that has way more information on how WebSockets and Quart works and some better examples of how to implement some things. So I looked at this and then implemented some of that here. But I do want to call out, there is an extremely frustrating thing about this article. Because if we scroll down to the bottom, who is it written by? Oh, just a person who should have put all of this information in the tutorial. Why? So anyway, yeah, that's cool. So you got to go find the DLC for the tutorial page to understand how to actually use this stuff. Brother had a message from Bamboo yesterday. Ooh, new 3D printer was on his way here. The one from the courier saying it'd be here on Monday, which is a shame because he's visiting overnight. Oh, that sucks. And it was delivered today at lunchtime. Wow. Okay. So anyway, here's what I got out of that Medium page. I don't know, whatever. Blog, but I don't want to host a blog. Okay. So I got 2 instances of this open right now, okay? That's part of the course of documentation. DLC instructions now? Yeah, exactly. I mean, isn't that how Oracle always ran, though? Okay. So we have 2 instances of the page open. YouTube live thumbnail, still the CD robot. But yes, there's also code on the left side. I didn't make a thumbnail. Technically, this is building towards that, but we'll talk about that in a little bit later, because there's also a thing about stupid Python decorators that I'm thinking might actually be kind of incredible for PyDiscRip, so we'll get to that in a moment. Anyway, 2 instances of the chat page open, okay? We'll call this sender person 1, and we'll call this chatter people 2, okay? If sender person 1 says sup and then sends it, boom, it shows up for both clients now. If chatter people 2 says not much, boom, it shows up for both people now. So the way this is working is when a client connects, basically, long story short, WebSocket needed to get current object called to be able to get the reference to the actual instance of the WebSocket thing. But the long version is when a WebSocket connects, we have a Python decorator function that gets called, which calls this. And then in here, we have a set that we add this to. So WebSocket clients up here. We add this client and then we call back the original function, I think. And then after we call the original function, we remove the client. And this also gets called when the client disconnects. So if you look over here, got a data, if I bring one of these clients over here and then I kill it, boom, client removed. Because first, it calls the cancel error thing here, and then it ends up in the finally statement, and then client gets removed. So it's possible for me to track all of the clients here to be able to broadcast a message to all of them, like what I wanted to do with OBS, where I can have a single command update all of the connected clients for the preview page. So All right. Well, you guys are doing a thing here now. You've chatted so much that I might actually have to look over here to see it all. I think. Okay, let me catch up. The only good thing about Medium is that blog post when their engineers once wrote about how hard they work to make the underlines look right, and that the fact that someone else riffed on it and called their blog tedium. Yes, we are still home. Never left home. Why would you leave home? You can have people bring you stuff here. Yeah, no, we're the package is in Phoenix. I thought they might deliver it today. Apparently not, though. They're still claiming Monday, but I still don't believe them. They might deliver it tomorrow. They're FedEx. They don't care. Anyway, let's see. Is this not for Discbot? So this is for Discbot. Let me explain a little bit here. So didn't someone talk about Python decorators? Hidden knowledge, only for really determined developers. Thought someone mentioned decorators. Anyway, that's just outside my jurisdiction on delivered offices. PyDiscRip is evolved to include ad hoc chat system. No. Although, no, I'm just kidding. Although PyDiscRip is going to utilize this. Okay, let me talk about this. So, PyDiscRip, okay, is going to utilize this concept for, say, data related to the media samples that's ripped. So say we read a CD, okay, and we have audio tracks on here. We rip the bin queue, and then we convert that bin queue into WAV files. On the web front end, we're going to have the table that shows all of the files that are associated with the disk, and then we will add the WAV files to that list. So the idea is that this WebSocket nonsense will be how data gets sent to clients. The idea from here is that I'm going to build the static page first, and maybe I will drop this too and just be an ultra lazy web dev. We'll see. The idea is that I'm going to build the static page using templates so that we can have the data pre-baked into the HTML, which makes it scrape friendly for anything I might use this for that's public facing. I don't know. But then any new stuff will be dynamically added via WebSocket to this. The other benefit to this being statically populated like this is that it will always be whatever the latest instance of the page was. So that will be nice. Anyway, who else breaks out their calligraphy grade handwriting when they're labeling a CD?
Kind by your command.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, let me catch up here. Horrified Shelby tells what I get to do with my office workstation to believe it's in the office. Oh gosh, that's horrible network. I don't want to know. No. Oh man. More a week after they post pictures on my doorstep. Wow. PyDiscRip on AutoCue? I don't know what that is. Can you port WinAmp to Python and embed it in this website? I believe archive.org already has. WebAmp. There you go. So, I mean, in theory, yeah, we probably could. Let's see. Perfect now implemented. Yeah. All right. So, let me explain a thing about PyDiscRip. Okay. So PyDiscRip has a bunch of handler data objects. So we got data, and media things like this, okay? These are all loaded through not the handler, through the manager like this. So it does direct imports like this. Here's my thought. Instead of doing this, because I've been wanting to find a way to have things dynamically load themselves, I'm wondering if maybe we could import manager in a sub object. So like, let's say we want floppy here. Floppy could import manager and then have a decorator that adds the class to a tracker object like this, which would make it so that the manager kind of doesn't even need to exist technically. It could just be, well, it'd be a static file that never gets updated. So it would only exist to have other objects imported into it. I'm not 100% sure how this would work yet, but I think it might be possible. And having the sub objects, well, no, that doesn't work because these would never be called. This only gets called because it is imported into the superclass. There's got to be a way. There's got to be a way. I want somehow, maybe the decorators can have the handler types or something associated. I don't know. There's got to be a way to use decorators to make class instantiation better and class definition better for PyDiscRip so that it is more logically integrated. I don't know. There's got to be something here. So I want to try and mess with decorators some for that at some point, but not today. So let's see. Can you make the chat window look like Winamp? I mean, yes, because it's just CSS, but no, because you really... Part of what makes Winamp look like Winamp is the extremely tiny DPI, and I don't think you want to try and read that on a phone. Sounds like you're like hybrid between decorators and inheritance, probably something along those lines, yeah. Basically, I want this to not exist, because I hate this. I want something... like maybe an import star. I don't know. I want something that imports any submodules because that works for PyDiscRip and it would help the stream integration thing. Oh, the stream integration. Yeah. So that was another thing. I was thinking decorators could somehow be used to tie sources together for the emitters and receivers, but that's getting a little more complicated because I'm not exactly sure how I want to do that. But so I don't know. There's options. I'm interested in decorators now that I've learned more about how they work. I also hate them, but that's a different thing. So you can't read anyways. People actually read on-screen chat. I'll say this. For the VODs, the on-screen chat is extremely helpful to have context. So it's very helpful to have it for that at the minimum. If I want a tiny impossible to read on screen chat, I'd watch Midjanko. You pause it to see what unrelated nonsense on shows. Got it. Need to start having a recording that has no chat feed. All right. So, this is kind of functional, but I don't know if this is ideal. So I want to go through more of the WebSocket stuff and figure out what we might want to implement. So we have connection handling. We don't have a keep alive. We need a keep alive because I think that's important. Well, the good news, Ben, is it's never going to happen because I don't want to record the VODs twice. So you're in luck. Okay. Like one thing we don't have is actually, why do they bother breaking it out like this? Oh yeah. Here's the thing. Okay. Control C. It hasn't released the Spooky, thank you for the 100 bits. That was really weird at first because I was saying right when it did it in like the same pitch. And it was like, why am I hearing that in my ears all of a sudden? Because I'm not one of those people who wants to hear the microphone in my headphones. Anyway, you'll notice that this is still alive and running, even though it shouldn't be. It has not fully killed every process of this. I figured out what it is. It is, where is it? It's this. It is waiting for this to release. And I know that because if I go over here and I bring this client over and I kill it, it instantly releases it now. So we need to figure out a way to communicate to this with the while true. So this is a problem. This needs to be solved. We cannot have a while true blocking, closing the program just because there is a client still connected. So I want to figure that out. So what I'm wondering is if we could import, or if there's something in maybe the blueprint, or we could import app. I don't know if we can have access to app, but something that we can read that indicates that the web server is still trying to run. Because if we can determine that, I think this would be preferable. So like maybe there's an async IO thing that says like, hey, this task is trying to close. So I'll go away on each of the connected clients or something. But how do I know when to do that? That's the thing. I need that signal. If I can get a Boolean in here that says Control C not hit, keep running, or Control C hit, stop running, that's easy. I can just stop connecting to the clients and I think it'll be fine. So what I really need is to figure out how to know when Quark is trying to stop. I keep wanting to call it Quark, by the way. So if I implement some kind of Ferengi ASCII art into this, don't be surprised. Anyway, when Quark is trying to close, I need to know so that I can end this while loop. So let's see if we can figure this out. Let's see. Session storage, startup and shutdown. That sounds important. Okay. Broadcasting all clients in a list could work, or having clients check if they can talk to the server. So, MB, the problem is this hard-coded while true. This is always running. There is no way to break out of this because I don't know what signal to read in this to end this loop. That's the problem. If whatever signal, I just need to find a signal that tells me that Control C was hit here. In the past, I have set up a custom SIGINT handler and then use that to just murder all of the processes, but I don't really want to do that this time because I'm trying to do this properly. And I'm sure there is a proper Flask, Quart, async IO kind of way of handling this. So that's what I want to figure out. I want to mention that async IO event is an event flag that can be set, cleared, evaled, or awaited. Maybe. I don't know if that would have the Control C thing in it. Could be interesting. Okay, so these are not related to that. You can't stop the signal. I was like, where's my phone? It's up here so I can see the camera. Let me clear out a bunch of worthless notifications. There we go. You sig kill Python, yeah. I'm trying to not sig kill. Because that's the thing. If I just run it, all right, connect to this, boom, client added, blah, blah, blah. I can hit Control C twice, and that does it. But I think it would be better if I could have this gracefully handle it. Pull the plug from the computer, yeah. So I would just like to know how you can tell. So blueprints. What do blueprints tell me? Child register. Okay, so we can stick a blueprint in a blueprint. I'm going to guess a blueprint is an extension of whatever the app class is. Dude. This is the worst page of any tutorial I think I've ever read. What? Blueprints are allowed for more modular code. Okay. They should be used whenever the routes start to span multiple modules. Blueprints, like the app, can have template and static files. So that's how you get more static paths. Therefore, typical folder structure for a blueprint named or termed store would be blueprints, store, templates, index, store, static. In case where I created a signal watcher function that would set async IO event, task could know when to stop. Maybe the async IO event thing could work for that. So the way that it works right now in my other projects is I have this global loop state nonsense thing. I create an async loop here that just sleeps, and then there's also an exit handler here that checks if Control C. This is the exit handler, and then if Control C has been hit, it calls this, which tells the process for the web server to stop, and it's not elegant. I don't like it, so I want to try and figure out what the proper way to do it is. Countdown timer from last message. Well, that's literally the opposite of what I want to do, actually. So, Vamptonius, the problem also is that a client can be connected for so long without sending or receiving any data that the signal can just stop. So, like, let's say the video controller app, okay? Let's say I'm doing video capture and I'm using my phone to control the device that I'm configuring the VGA signal from. What I'm going to do, I'm going to have options to like change the resolution, have it auto sync to the video and all that fun stuff. And I will have a button on there to allow me to request the current preview image from OBS. It'll then update the page on the phone. Well, if I've been happy with that for a while, and I haven't requested a new image, even though the phone could still be on and I could still be controlling other things, it could lose the WebSocket connection and I won't be able to update the image anymore from the phone just because I haven't used it in a while. So the server is actually going to send a keep alive signal to the phone every now and then to say, hey, we're still here. I haven't gone anywhere. That way the phone knows not to drop the connection. So app after serving looks like it may get called on Control C. I can look at that. I was assuming that was called after basically the return here. So like we do a return of the page contents. I assumed it was that, but maybe it's not. Startup and shut down. Look at app after serving. DB pool close. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that gets called after. So yeah, if you were going to connect to SQL, which actually this might be interesting. If you're going to connect to SQL, you connect to the database. All right. Then you do something that works with the database, all right, I guess here, all right, then after you disconnect, or after you send them the data, then you disconnect from the database. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. I'm just gonna stop coding it. Test quizzes. Text quizzes, yeah. So we get sleep, keyboard interrupt. Let's run this one more time. Hit Control C once, and then kind of get a feel for where we're at. So F5. Okay. Got a data, and then close. Okay. Brace callback, keyboard interrupt on sleep 1. So yeah, we're passing the Control C to the process. That gets picked up in this. And it just runs indefinitely here. And then this handles it, I guess. App register, view blueprint. It's got to be a way. After serving happens at server shutdown. Okay. Wait, hold on. You were on the exact same page I was on, kind of. Latest versus stable. Okay. After serving. Okay. Add a after. This will allow the function provider to be called once after anything is served. The last byte is sent. This is designed to be used as a decorator synchronous function. You're having to run sync. after anything is sent, it's called once. This is not on server shutdown. Here, let's just do this.
Helen Croft subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 38
Chat.
months,
Okay.
currently on a 10-month streak, and says 0x26 months. End of line.
Helicroft, thank you for the tier 1 sub there, and for 38 months. I appreciate that. I know math. Okay. After all. Print. After thing happen. Okay. Kill it. Run. Blueprint has no attribute after serving. Do you mean after app serving? Sure, yeah, why not? Whatever. Wait, what? That could be interesting. Okay. So I am going to go to hello. Okay. What do you mean URL not found? Web. Hello. Wait, does it not have the index thing that allows this? Okay, sure, yeah, whatever. Okay. So F5, it is not printing something. Control C after a thing happened. Okay, maybe you're right. Okay. I don't know how we're going to close the connection, but we might be able to set a global variable that is used as a WebSocket keep alive kind of, or WebSocket allowed update thing. We'll figure it out. Okay, let's look at this. After app serving. Okay. So graceful shut down. Okay. So if we do WebSocket alive equal true, while WebSocket alive equal false. Shutting down connections. I have no idea what this is going to do to the client, but meh. Yeah, these docs are not great. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm misinterpreting this. I think that they are misimplying what it does. Just iterate over the clients. They barely want us working with the WebSocket thing at all. Is there a WebSocket close? Are you sure about that? Using WebSockets. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, WebSocket close. Okay, so there is a close connection awaited. Okay, so maybe we can do this. Okay, so for client and WebSocket, client close 0. Okay, let's try this demo. All right, F5, and then Control C. That doesn't make sense though. Why did that not work? It didn't even print this. Hold on. Exit function. I don't think that worked. Or timeout 0 is a bad idea. Connection can be closed by awaiting. I did await. Okay. Let's see. If WebSocket is closed for, it is accepted or reply, blah, blah, blah. Receive. Fixing WebSockets. What? If there isn't. Hold on. What? What's a good shout? Or is that with alcohol? Okay. Problem describing someone else. You already know as you're describing. Also skip the needed bits. I say what you've learned or something. Teaches unlocks. Yeah. And that's one of the difficulties I have with writing scripts for complicated videos is like I have to decide what base level knowledge I want to target. Oh, with the appropriate WebSocket error code. I thought that was wow. Okay, close. I have a feeling we're gonna not use this though. This doesn't seem like it's working. F5. Okay, client added. Control C. Not dying. All right, hold on. I'm just gonna undo all of this. Do that. Kill this. Redo this. F5. Hello. Okay, Control C. And that didn't work. Shutting down connections. Well, why did it shut down twice? Run. F5. Okay. We are connected. Control C. Okay, it has not said shutting down connections. And then if I F5, it will kill it because that client disconnects. Please go away now message to the client. They can pop up server shutdown message. And I could. Why does close not work though? F5. Okay. Control C. It's not trying to close. F5, then it closes. Like, all of a sudden, this is not getting called when we would expect. So when it was just a print, I swear it worked. F5, unless it doesn't work with the WebSocket stuff. Control C. That's why. Because this is still open, it hasn't finished serving yet. Because it could send bytes still. I don't know, T-Man. I am not sure. So the sleep is called here and just runs. This is not ideal, actually. But I'm probably gonna do an or if either thread is alive for PyDiscRip. I don't know. Well, no, sleep can't be keeping that because it's being sent to the thread which closes it. So no, it's not. Sleep is not consuming that. Yeah, PJP again. That's how I have PyDiscRip set up now. So we have a global variable, and then the signal gets trapped in SIGINT, and then it's used to kill everything else. I'm trying to get away from that kind of solution. I don't think it needs to be on a different machine. I don't think that's it. And if that is it, then we're never going to figure that out because I'm not testing it. So this doesn't get called until after all of the clients disconnect. Okay, that does not work. So we need something in court. We need like actual documentation of blueprints. Okay, blueprints. Let's look at this. Okay, send static file, open resource, WebSocket, add WebSocket, add a WebSocket rule. What? Designed to be used on the application directly. Route. What's the difference? Yeah, Python async is a mess. Yes. This is designed to be used as decorators. Use decorate synchronous functions. Function will be wrapped. Blah blah blah. Run a thread executor. And it literally says nothing about it. It basically says it's a function. How popular is Quart? Wow, app serving. Tear down app WebSocket and a tear down WebSocket function. I'm not wrong or jaded, right? This documentation is actually worthless. The Yeah, PJB, that is what it seems like. Gillless bits? I don't know what that is. That self-documenting code isn't it? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, this might just be like a PyDoc output. I don't know if Flask has blueprints. Flask blueprint. Maybe their documentation's better. There's a whole lot more words, that's for sure. Cancel tasks, unlike app after serving, async, dev shutdown, keep alive task. Cancel. So this is a task. I'm not controlling it though. I don't have access to the coroutine that starts it. So I don't have a way of sending a cancel to this.
Chlorocoon says Tier 100 self-documenting code. Check is in the post. I didn't touch anything. Great lies of our time. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Global interrupt lock bean. Starting was green and not real in Python, just scheduled under the Python process. Ah. I mean, as idiotic as it would be, Let's check something really quick. So this loads. Refresh. Okay. We have a WebSocket client. Okay, it can do things. Blah, 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 blah. Boom. It can send data. I can refresh this. That's there. Okay. Now, be prepared for this to get stupid. Control C. F5. Hmm. Hmm. Ooh, that could be interesting, F1. If I can query it for running tasks, I might be able to get the object reference location for this one and then look for any instances of that in the event loop and then cancel those. It's not stupid if it works. Yeah, you getting what I'm putting down there, Vamptonius? So, what we could do is within the WebSocket code, try and host a okay. In the WebSocket page, okay, we could have a canary endpoint, and we could have this keep pinging it, and once it doesn't respond back, we know that Flask is shut down and that it can stop staying connected. So we can use just because it works doesn't mean it's not stupid. So we could do that. We could do a URL lib request and then use that to determine when Quart Flask has shut down. There's got to be a better way. There has got to be. Will the canary keep Flask from shutting down? No, because the connection should close. So I won't leave it open. I'll request it once, receive the response, and then continue on with the rest of this. Of internal requests, yeah. Gets non-finished tasks. So let me look this up. Async, IO, task, object. Okay, tasks. Future like, blah, 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 create task. Oh, wait, F1, we still have the same problem. There is no entry point for executing code when Control C is put in. You know, could be interesting, actually. Let's try this. Think you're not all caught up? Yeah, so here's the full scope of the problem, okay? We start, not Flask, but Quart, okay, which has the ability to run these kinds of response functions that just send HTML. We also open a WebSocket host thing that has a while loop that is just always running, okay? Because we need to respond to this stuff. There's got to be a better way than this. So maybe we could just fundamentally replace this. I don't know. But we open a WebSocket, and then it constantly checks if there is new data in the WebSocket, and then if there is, it responds to that however we want it to respond. When the client closes the connection, while we're in this loop, we get an async IO cancel error. But if the client does not close the connection, we never exit this under any circumstances currently. So I'm trying to figure out how to exit this loop. I know Control-C can be called with a signal handler. Doesn't that consume it, though? I don't know if we can handle that inside of here. And I also don't know if I want to handle that inside of here, because there's got to be a way to communicate this to the child modules. JS, I get anything on C? Well, I don't know, MB. Also, if the server shuts down the JavaScript client is just a front end. I don't care if it exits ungracefully or whatever. So it's never doing anything real. Anyway, what I was going to say, okay, we said blah, blah, blah. We can send a message, okay? What happens if I kill this right now and then I try and send a message? Oh, that's weird. Okay. I get that, press F1. Port itself has some SIG-kill handling based on GitHub issue I saw. Yeah, I was figuring it was doing something like that. I don't know. If we can register that somehow without it overriding everything else, I guess that makes sense. Let's go back to the WebSocket documentation, though, really quick. Do they have any examples that don't use the while true? Because that's the real cause of the problem. If we can just not use while true, that would be better. Sockets might be blocking on read. You need non-blocking sockets, waiting, select, separate internal socket. I don't know if that made a whole lot of sense. Not to me, I'm sorry. I don't, you might be thinking like Unix sockets instead. That's a different thing. I don't know. Because the WebSockets are not used internally. They're only used to communicate between the Python server and the JavaScript client. So yeah, this is interesting. The web front end currently is dead. We cannot host HTTP, but because the WebSocket loop is still running, we can send that back and forth, which just feels so wrong, but it does make sense. But anyway, do they have any examples that do not use the while true? Like, how do they do the separate ones? Async IO, create task, sending, receiving, await, gather. This is it. Wait a minute. How do we send, though? Do we pass a... Wait, while true. It's just while truing here. This is the stupidest thing ever. Closing the connection. I mean, that doesn't help. Signal function should be able to install a custom signal handler of all its fields. I mean, yes, I have that again right here. I would just like to not do that if I don't have to. That's the hacksaw method. I'm trying to see if there's a more elegant method that utilizes only this library. You speak about Unix and TCP sockets. Okay, yeah. I currently, there's nothing in here that is Unix or TCP dependent. And if, I don't know what to if on. That's the problem. So as stupid as hanging itself over URL lib, that is kind of all within Flask. So it almost makes more sense to do that. Yeah, so Mike, the problem is that it feels insane to me that there is no better way to handle this. Maybe let's port WebSocket. Like I can't be the first person that's trying to do this. Okay, example with Quart by someone who's not the maintainer. Okay. Blah, 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 while true. Okay, is there any kind of handler? No. And then they just end client JavaScript. Okay. While true again. Blah, 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 blah. Dude. Get running loop, stop, loop, create future ads, single handler, signal. Yeah. I have 2 web tokens, one for sending, one for receiving. That would get a lot more complicated because I would have to tie those WebSockets to the same client somehow. And I don't know if it exposes like IP address or anything like that. So that may not be a great idea. It's probably writing groundbreaking code known as accounted for a U. I don't think I'm writing groundbreaking code. I feel like I'm writing something pretty basic, aren't I? Like, isn't it just like, how does Twitch chat send new messages to the web browser? Because they're not doing a polling JSON read. There's got to be, this has got to be common. We waiting and accept. I think the accept is only, so their example is stupid. This is just saying, yes, I will read your WebSocket request, blah, blah. And then it just immediately closes it. Twitch is IRC. Yeah, but what does the JavaScript front end in the website use? That's what I'm saying. It's not IRC. I guarantee it. There is not a JavaScript IRC client being loaded in the Twitch client. Okay, here's a full web page with nothing but the Twitch chat. Network. All right. So what are we getting? Someone send a message. I also don't know if the WebSockets show up. Fast? Interesting. Why is that not showing anything up? So get, post. So there's a fetch. Get. I think I lost track of what problem I'm trying to solve here. Too much noise in this end to properly pay attention. That's no problem. Okay, well, for giggles, let's go back to my code. So if I run this, and then we do this, what shows up in network? So F5, okay. Blah, blah. Oh, we don't get anything for WebSockets. They're just not shown at all. Or do I go here? Why do I not see receiving WebSockets? So if I F5 this. Okay, so it sets up a WebSocket connection. There we go. Boom. Sockets better TT. Oh, wait, that's not that. Chat.irc WebSocket chat. There we go. Boom. It's not actually IRC. It is a WebSocket front end. There you go. WebSockets are such a pain. Yes, they are. Dr. McBagelskins, hello. This is your first time chatting. So, okay. Twitch chat is just using WebSockets. That is what I expected. Because it's a good asynchronous, like, simple way of sending data to or from. IRC is, okay. Forget about the IRC part entirely. It does not matter. You can think of it as an SQL database that has chat messages. One way it is exposed as a protocol interface is IRC. Another way it is exposed is whatever their WebSocket front end is. You can connect to it over IRC, yes, but it just translates it to whatever the database is. It's not just like a regular IRC server or something. But anyway, this page here is not an IRC client. I can't do /join to go into something else. Temporarily join a chat room and in chat. We didn't see that. Anyway, it's not an IRC client. So anyway, they're using WebSockets to send stuff. That's what I'm saying. This is not that uncommon. Gpin, hello. So what I'm trying to do is figure out how within Quart or Flask or whatever, it's trying to how we can communicate internally within the library whether or not something should still be running. Because Quart itself knows that it should not be running, but the developers keep having this stupid, idiotic while loop for setting up a WebSocket connection, which is insane. What do you mean that's what the main Python WebSockets module? Oh, wait. I guess I could go look at that. A WebSocket is a network socket over HTTP. It's passing RC commands data over that WebSocket. Okay. You guys are driving me insane, and I'm just going to start ignoring everything about IRC now. All right. Let's look up Python WebSockets. I'm curious. Python WebSocket. What do they do here? All right. WebSocket server and port serve. Okay. Got a WebSocket echo for async message in WebSocket send message. Serve, await, serve forever. Okay. They still do while true. Okay, how-to guides. Design a WebSocket application. While true, I'm gonna lose my mind. There's how okay, so you're that's what the main Python WebSocket modules does. Okay, so you're saying accept keyboard interrupt break in that while true loop. So wait a minute, someone said something about a finally handling other things. Could we do well? You're saying this. Is that how you do? Hold on, Python try multiple accept. I don't know what the syntax is. Okay, so that's correct then. All right. Yeah, Twitch chat formatting is not great for this. Jeepin. Okay, it looks like that should be acceptable. Break outside loop. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So unless you're saying we have to do this, which, okay. Connect to client. Client says hello. I'll just verify. Yep, it's working. Okay, and then no. All right, let me look at this. One day this will load. Control F5? Reopen the tab. I've Control F5'd it so many times. I hate everything. All right, producer pattern, blah, 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 blah. WebSockets exception, import connection closed. So that's not what I'm trying to do. So you're saying something about keyboard interrupt. That does not appear on this page. Wrapping Control C rather than when. But there's nothing on that page that says anything about keyboard interrupt. That doesn't exist on there. This is not connection closed. Break exit, we have essentially the same thing over here. So connection closed is when the client closes the tab. That's what that is. That's not the server being closed. I hate it, but I'm really feeling like I'm going to do the canary route. I have no idea what you're trying to build yet. So right now, I'm trying to just learn how to set up a non-idiotic web server that has web sockets for communicating to the client. This stuff gives me nightmares for days. Managed to get something working for the code I have, and I can't generalize the knowledge. See, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to generalize the knowledge right now. I have hacky, broken code that works right now, but I hate it because it's unmaintainable. So I'm trying to come up with a framework for something that is maintainable to apply to my current projects and then use as the basis for all future projects. Little proof of concept, exactly. So that's why right now, this doesn't have to do anything. So it's the perfect test bed for trying to solve weird little quirky problems like this. So the only thing I want to do right now is just figure out how do I close this loop. That is the only thing I want to do right now. Because this isn't trying to actually do anything. Use the same finally in their sample code. Yeah, I don't have a finally, but I also don't know if that's actually doing anything. Well, we tried adding keyboard interrupt, but it doesn't get passed through. So I can have this here. I can run this. Okay. And this is why I was saying I don't know if the signal thing would work anyway. So we can send data, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I can go over to here. I can load the hello page because Quart is running the web route side. But then I go over here. I kill this. The web route side dies because it's not accepting any new async tasks. But the WebSocket side is still running because this while loop is keeping it alive. Now, the Control-C did not get passed into this with the keyboard interrupt. So, I guess, just to rule it out, I can pull in the thing here, all right, so that we can say whether or not this would actually work, because this may not even work. So let's say we do this. We add a function exit handler. And then what exit handler will do is it will set that to false. Okay, you press Control-C. I don't think we'd care about that or that. We'll use WebSocket keep alive again. Boom. Okay, so when it opens the WebSocket, it registers the handler for SIGINT, and then it should set this to dead. Now, the problem is that it's going to add one of these handlers for every single connection. But that kind of also works because we need to be able to close all of them, but there's multiple clients going. I don't know. Can we keep conclusive client WebSocket handling tasks so we can call cancel on them when it's time to make them all go away? So if you can figure out, Ben, I was trying to look at this with the Python tasks thing. If you can figure out how to get from the async IO event loops, match up the ones that have this function, and then we can call cancel on those, maybe. Oh, wait, no, we still can't do that because we don't have an entry point for when the code dies. Nothing gets run when the code dies. That's the problem. Anyway, let's try this. Okay, so in theory, it registered an event handler. Boom. Okay. Boom. Blah. Signal, SIGINT, SIGNET. Okay, fire. I didn't import signal. Import signal. Save. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to keep up. There's many chats happening. Okay. Control-C is important to proof of concept. You'll need to create another handler to catch Control-C, do everything you want. Default behavior is likely not enough. I know. Well, that's kind of what it seems like, maybe. At a finally WebSocket close or something after the accept, but I don't think that's not throwing an error, though. I mean, I can try it, but I don't think it's going to work. And I don't know what the wrapper thing is. Make your WebSocket loop is blocking the receive call. Nothing will happen there unless data comes in, which happens to hit refresh. I might need a block on something that can wait for data. You might be right. You're saying this cannot send data arbitrarily. That might be true. That might be fine, though, because I'm going to add a keep alive. Maybe the client sends a keep alive to the server, and then the server can use that to piggyback to send data back. I don't know. We'll figure out what the architecture is. Okay, so when the task is entering, leaving the WebSocket, handling coroutine, you can add, remove that to a task list at those points. Okay, so we have this. We call this function. So this is a coroutine. I think. No, this is a task. Yes. So you're saying we create a set, we basically do this again, and then we have a set of all tasks. But when do we close them? How do we close them? So Mike, you are kind of correct there. I could have the WebSocket server send a signal and then have the client disconnect. But the problem is, there is no way that I can find to get data inside of this function that says we are done running. The program is requesting the execution to be killed, or else I would just update this while loop variable to be false. Because, again, that's the whole problem. I cannot find a way to execute any code relevant or related to the WebSocket that says we are trying to suspend execution. Okay, let me run this one more time. F5. Okay, that's connected. F5. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Boom. All right. Now, Control C. You pressed Control C. Okay. So, it did work. I know what the problem is. Global WebSocket Alive. And then global WebSocket Alive. This might actually work. It's not my favorite solution, but it might actually work. Let's try this one more time. F5. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Control C. Nope. Shutting down connections. That's weird. No, it's because it is blocking. Okay, that kind of worked. So this is blocking. It's awaiting on a receive. Okay, this kind of works. All right, let me read your message now, Ben. Okay. Before you do that, return await function. You capture the current task with async IO current task. Wouldn't async IO current task not refer to this? It would refer to the call to this. Just checking. Okay. And put that in the list. Then in the finally block, which executes once that coroutine has been finished. This will never be finished. You can remove it from the list. Then when you shut down the server, you go through that list you've maintained. But again, the whole point is that I cannot execute any code when the server finishes. I can update the state here. This is working now with Control C. It's not my favorite thing, but at this point, I'm kind of willing to accept it. It will finish because you cancel it, which causes .receive to throw a canceled exception, except it just did not. Wait a minute. Okay. Maybe with what you're saying, if I do this and I put these here, let's try this. Await outside async function. I guess it's natively await, so we don't need F5. Blah, blah, blah. Kill. Runtime close was never awaited. Actually, call, cancel. Hold on. No. So here, I want to take a step back on this. Yeah, I get that, PJB. Let's take a step back. We can get data into this loop now when we hit Control C using signals. I don't like it, but whatever. Fine. So we can do that. The code is getting hung up on this. Now we could go async IO route nonsense where we create a set of stuff like this. You just demonstrated that you can't. Hold on. And I disagree. No, we can get data into it. However, the execution of this is being held right here. Now, let's go back to this. This creates separate async await tasks and then runs them here and then gathers them. If we use this we might be able to gather the tasks or send them a cancel in this way. This also makes send and receive separate, although I have zero clue how the sending works. I literally have no idea what you're supposed to do with this. Yeah, ignore the gather. We can send cancels. We can send cancels here. All this is doing is holding the WebSocket object open, essentially. So don't worry about that right now. We could also put a while loop in this that checks our WebSocket alive. And then if it's not alive, cancel these tasks. What I don't get is how do we actually send data through this? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Ben. So instead of just awaiting on receive to lock up the whole logic internally, we do this, and then we can kill these here. But I really don't understand how this works. Like, oh, I denied myself the sneeze. Ah! Okay, Portizo, I kind of like that. So what we could do is we could await closed before the gather. So what we would do is await close, send 2 cancels, and then gather. I think maybe. Gonna dip out. There's too much going on in this end. No problem. That's fine. Okay, does anyone have any idea on Earth how you use send though? So we have broadcast, client send. Actually, let's think about this architecturally. Under what circumstances would I need to send data to one client that is not a response to something that it sent? Because what we might be able to do is just not have the sending at all, wrap this with a task, and then stuff all of this in there. Some asynchronous status updates, but when would we send it to one as opposed to all of them? So like let's think through all of the projects that I have written here. Let's just github.com. Let's just look at this really quick. I don't think a single one of these would send anything to a single thing. Okay, video route. This is a single web interface that handles hardware. All of the hardware is in a specific state. At best, we would toggle information for like this input is active, which is going to be universal to all front ends. I don't think anything in this would ever send data to one client instead of all clients. PyDiscRip, front end to hardware. All of the hardware is going to have a single state. The clients are all reading that state and then adding data to that state for RIP queues. RT4K remote, it's the same as video route, so would not need that. Stream integration. Okay. So let's think about this. You have the chat view like this. So that's what stream integration does. In this instance, it is, how do you determine you want WebSockets? By wanting to be able to send data to a client from a server without having to, I wanted push data. I don't want poll data. Let's put it that way. And push data is probably going to be a global broadcast to all clients. Anyway, stream integration. The web front ends are all a read-only view of everything that happens for the stream. So chat, donations, polls, it's all read-only, and every client presents the exact same information. There is nothing unique about one client or another. Okay, SRT notes. This is a web front end. This is actually pretty cool. I haven't really talked about this on stream that much, but this is specifically for while live streaming to be able to open a web page and then type in a single note. And this is probably going to, you know what? I might actually make this the first thing I convert using the WebSocket model, because that would actually be really easy. It's a very small program. Like very small. Anyway, this generates a web page that is just a list of lines in an SRT file. And then there's a text box at the top that allows you to add a new SRT, and it just uses the current date timestamp. So multiple clients would just all receive updates for new entries. Again, no one client would get anything that all other clients would not. Because I'm not going to support user authentication. So users are not going to exist. I don't care about that. That's, if I'm adding security, I don't want this setup, I suspect. Net chart, same thing. That's not going to need it. Simple scan to PDF is not that. Pi live photo. Okay. This one actually, maybe. So Pi live photo, you point it at a folder path where there are images being added. And as it adds new images, there is a big image that's shown at the top that is the full screen width. And then at the bottom, it shows 25 previous images. The idea is you're using a tethered camera over USB with a computer, and you want an easy way to view the last image you took to see what the quality of that image is. So in theory, you could, it also has built-in folder navigation. So in theory, two clients could be connected and go to two different pages, two different folders. And the other client would not care about whatever folder, or one client would not care about what folder other clients are looking at. Okay, let's think about how this would work. I think Pi Live Photo might be the good demo to think about this. Okay. And then I think that's it for the web stuff. I mean, there's the GPIB stuff, but again, that's the same thing. One client initiates a capacitor reforming, and then all clients would view the web front end to a limited set of hardware. This is the only one that's like actually pure software. There is no physical component to it. Because technically you could have an unlimited number of cameras. Okay, let's look at this. Also, there's a thing I want to know. All right. So let's say we browse, and maybe I should just run this so you can see what it does. One moment. Just grabbing some images to use. Oh, that's a problem. Yeah, we'll just go with this. Okay, so I live photo, and then we pointed at photos. Boom. Okay, we open this, and then we have the viewer, and then we have this. Now, if I make in photos, create folder sub, all right, and then I refresh this page, we now have the ability to navigate to sub. There are no photos here, but if I put a photo here, boom, it will automatically pull, and then, come on, at least it should. Maybe because there were no photos to start with, it didn't work. Anyway, it should pull and then show more photos. So let's say I pick a different thing. Boom. That worked. Okay. So you can see how that updates whatever the newest photo is that's in there. Now, this is doing this by passing a get parameter to the subdirectory. And then how does this work internally? How does this update? Because it's been a little while. All right, files, JSON list of files and path. Okay, so this generates a JSON file that has a list of all of the files in the path that the client has navigated to. Okay. So F12. This should be all doing a get. Yeah. So we can open in new tab and we can see that is what we are getting. Okay. And it's using the path as part of a get for the JSON. Okay. So let's say in this instance, a file gets added to the folder. The software is going to iterate through, let's say it's over here. The software is going to iterate through a list of all clients that are connected. It would need to know which WebSocket clients to communicate to. And it would have to look at which ones match that somehow to what path they were last viewing. This is unfun. This is a difficult one to figure out. I could have instances like this where a client is trying to receive updates for a unique thing. Have them just do pull requests. I don't like it. But maybe that is the play. That simplifies the structure. Because in this software, for example, there is no hook that watches for new files. So there would just be a loop here that would have to run to check for new files. I'm sure there's some IO control or whatever inode watching nonsense that you can use to activate a new file or trigger on a new file being created in a path, but I don't know. Use delayed pull request where the client starts a get and then doesn't get anything back unless there's something available or the connection reaches a time limit, say 30 seconds. Now here again message. Well, so here's the thing, Majenko. I'm already planning for there to be in one direction a WebSocket keep alive so that the WebSocket is not automatically closed because nothing gets sent or received. So I'm wondering if maybe my workaround is that the client sends the keep alive and then that is used to piggyback a pull request for new information if I want to convey something that is unique to the client. That's my thought. So essentially do this with a fetch that's constantly happening, except it is a WebSocket keep alive. And then while we have the WebSocket active, okay, so we received something and it was a keep alive, we check to see if there was any update. And if there was an update, go ahead and send it back. You're not doing unsolicited pushes, and there's no real need for WebSockets. Well, so Majega, here's my differentiation. Okay, this is for a client looking at a unique thing. Okay, so again, the GPIB capacitor reforming. Every client is just going to see the exact same thing because there's one set of hardware. This client, we could have two tabs open. One could be viewing the subdirectory, and one could be viewing the home directory. These are there's navigation here. So these are both querying the server to do this. So each one would need a different update request for the endpoint they are looking at. I'm just trying to figure out how I would track that. Because I would need to map the WebSockets that are collected into the clients somehow to the endpoint they're looking at. And then when an update needs to be made for that endpoint, it then attaches this there. So maybe WebSocket clients becomes a little bit more advanced. Instead of just directly storing this, maybe we create a dictionary item. I don't know if this is valid. So let's say WS is this. And then client underscore ID is... Actually, that doesn't work because I can't get a client ID here. None. And then we update that later. Let's call this client fingerprint, actually. Fingerprint. Let's because they're not gonna have a don't WebSockets need to start thinking like Twitch API, start a WebSocket, gives a unique ID to the client. Okay, again, just yeah. Then use that ID to send to the server. Press you want to through WebSocket. Everything is keyed on that connection ID. Yeah. So maybe we generate the fingerprint right here. Fingerprint equal math.random, whatever, I don't know. Equals 1. Guaranteed fair based on dice roll. We generate a fingerprint, we store that here, and then state. Make a UUID, basically. Yeah, we'll get to that later. Okay, I just, first off, don't know if this is valid. Okay, I need to look up a Python set. Hold on. Ooh, that's a lot of red. Okay, a set object is an unordered collection of distinct hashable objects. Ooh. So this is not valid. Pretty sure. How do we assign that WebSocket to a client ID? Yeah. So, let me think about this. I'm just trying to decide if I want to repurpose the broadcast one or not, or if I want to modify this somehow. And I'm thinking I should modify it. So let's say we don't use a set. Let's say we do use a dictionary. And then create your own class, store different clients, information, so I get what they're doing. I'm not against that. It complicates it tremendously, but I'm not against it. Let's see what that would look like. So let's say we have class socket handler, I don't know. Okay. Extends object. Hello, old one. Def init ws. All right. WebSocket handler. Make it more clear. So self.ws equals, we will pass get current object instance. I think. Hopefully that works. Let's try wrapping it the object just for this right now, just for the multiple clients thing for broadcasts. Okay. So WS oh, hold on. I'm trying to think what all should actually go into the class then instead of this stuff. So when we're instantiating this, we could probably WebSocket register. Okay, this populates WebSocket, which is a global. So no matter what, we have to use a decorator to run this. Oh, I hate decorators. Okay, then that goes into here. From here, we could create WebSocket. Let's just WebSocket clients, and let's just comment out the old stuff. So we WebSocket clients add WebSocket handler get current object. Okay. So what this would do, we would do that. We would store it. And then self dot UUID. Let's just say we do that. there a Python get UID? Is there just like a module for this? It's like, no. All right, screw this. Python MD5. You guys are gonna love this. Library UUID. Okay, let me look at this. Why did that not show up? Man, I am starting to agree with people that Google sucks. Class UUID, create a UUID, string of 32 hexadecimal, blah, 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 blah. If all you want is a unique UUID, you should probably call this or that. Okay. You generate a UUID from host ID. Okay, so import UUID and then just call this. Import UUID. UUID dot this. Boom. Maybe. We'll see. MD5 hash namespace identifier. Generate from host sequence number and the current time. That's exactly what I was about to do anyway. Okay, that'll work. Thank you, Majenko. And hello, Mr. Tutti Frutti. Okay. So we generate a UUID. Then we should want to send the UUID back. Now we have the WebSocket. I guess we can await send. So def send data self wait WebSocket data. That might work. And then self dot send UUID self dot UUID. Basically, I'm gonna have to make a matching JavaScript class to accept connections for this kind of thing. Oh, dude, this sucks. This is a lot of work. So I also currently have like a whole event type thing going on. So when it receives data, somewhere around here, yeah, type data event equal update all. You could send a craft standard message, format UUID. Yeah, I'm wondering maybe. Let's say yeah, self UUID. I don't know why we would ever do that. But let's just say we do that. And let's say we rename this send event. All right. And then event, comma. So UUID. And then event. And then data. So then we would do gen for new underscore UUID. And then we send self UUID. And then it should accept the new UUID. Actually, does the client even need its own UUID? Oh well, let's not think about that too hard. Send event. Okay. Client wants to send the UUID with requests, I suppose. Yeah, because we could have a database of states, so the client could send update, and then the server could know, oh, the client is here. Let's update for that, assuming we're talking about this. Okay, so we do that. So we store the WebSocket get current object, and then wait, now how? We just do this? Remove WSH? Is that it? I think. Okay. Now. In broadcast, client in WebSocket clients, we send event. This is a broadcast, so this would be broadcast like that. Okay. Or where's update all? Data event equal update all. Oh, that's right. It just sends it back. That's fine. Whatever. Let's just call this broadcast right now. Have this send broadcast. Okay, so message in this instance becomes a little. We just need to filter this down to sender and message here. So client close. We can add a thing here. WS close. Self. Actually, were we even using this? I don't think it's ever worked. But yeah, what were we doing? We got the signal. Oh, that's right. We were stuck here. So this wasn't actually doing anything. Well, we'll leave that alone for right now. It doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna comment that out. And this. Okay, none of that matters. Okay. So on WebSocket register, Actually, well, now there's a new problem. Because I want to send stuff using this, but then I can't do that here. So do I need to pass this as an argument here? Is how do I get the, or should, when this runs, I get current object and then I have a helper function somewhere around here that parses through this until it matches the get current object and then work with that here. Look at what has been received, get the UUID from it, and then match that with the client object. Okay. We could. Yeah. All right. We'll make it a dictionary. Dictionary. We do WebSocket clients. This UUID. Actually, right. Make a getter. It doesn't matter. That's fine. Whatever. Okay, so UUID, and then do I just set this to none? How do I delete a key? Python delete key from dictionary. Op key none. Op UUID none. Delete a key regardless whether or not it's in the dictionary. Or return a key if key exists in the dictionary and none. Wait, this will return this. Delete a key that is guaranteed to exist. Yeah, I guess del, whatever. Fine. Okay. Now for key client and web blah 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 dot items. First one is deleted if it exists or not. It's like it's delete, but it has to exist. Yeah, but it also says, I mean, I don't know if they're right. This will return this if key exists. Oh, does it just return the value, but it also deletes it? That's weird. Well, I mean, it's guaranteed to exist. The WebSocket might not still exist, but it's guaranteed to exist. Pops it, removes it, and returns it. Okay, that's wonky. We'll just try del for now, and then I'll regret it later. Okay, this, and then that's broadcast. We're not using that. Okay, send event, broadcast, message. Okay, let me walk through this. Client connects. Decorator. decorates, goes here. WebSocket handler, we get the current context WebSocket, excuse me. We create a new object in the constructor where I definitely remember to have self. We pass the WebSocket, we store that. This is the current object, so this, I think, maybe is going to work. Then, also I could just do WebSocket, get current context, but whatever. Then we generate a new UUID. We send the new UUID back to the client as the event new UUID. Okay. Then it returns execution. We have an object that is the WebSocket handler. We store that under WebSocket clients. Okay. We have a client get added, and then we return the other thing and wait. Okay. So we go back to here. This starts running. When WebSocket receives data, we get the data. If the data is not none, we continue. If data event equals open, we send a hello message. That's fine because that's basic. Then we have event broadcast, where we're going to need to do a WebSocket broadcast. And this is going to dump the data from that we received, which would be everything, including the broadcast event. But up here, we're going to create a new event here. So what I need to do is get message dot sender. Let me look at the blob event data. We need to get data. Data sender. How does WebSocket and current connection relate? Current connection? You mean the current object? What do you mean current connection? Underscore current connection. This. So get WebSocket is a global that we import here, like HTTP request, that whatever instance of the code you're looking at is, so whatever async task, this will be populated with the relevant context object. So the WebSocket that is related to that async task. So we are getting the actual data from that, like the pointer location or whatever, okay? So this gets the real object, not just the WebSocket reference, okay? So this gets what it's pointing at. So we're passing the real object to this. That's what we're doing. Okay. Message. I think that'll be good. This is very hard coded for this test, but this is fine for now. So it should be WS send, not WebSocket send. What are you talking about? You are correct. Thank you. Good catch. I mean, yeah, that was needed. On that, send event, yes. Okay. Let's see how it fails. Okay, closing parentheses, blah, 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 82. 82. Fine, you want that. Needy. Python. I accidentally closed it. Back to here. Nope, bring me that back. Okay, await outside async function. We're screwed. Async. F5. Nap time. That's not good. WebSocket handler self.send. Oh, wait, I screwed some up. Send event. F5. Nap time. Clients UUID. Key error UUID. Ah, okay. That's on line 63. Oh. New connection. Okay. Duplicate tab. New connection. Red 1. I admit nap time. Okay, well that sucks. String indices must be integers, not string indices. Oh, I did something stupid, didn't I? I did something stupid. Yeah, okay. We need to get rid of the JSON dumps on that. Okay. F5. Hello. F5. Hello. Blah. And nap time. Okay. Object of type UUID is not JSON serializable. How? Yeah. Yeah. It's 32 character lowercase hexadecimal string. What is that what I want? Dot hex, is that it? UUID dot hex, UUID dot hex. Let's find out. I don't know if casting to string works, but just trying to see if there's a native way. Also, where was it failing? URL encode. Oh, here. Wait, that was acceptable as a dictionary key, but not as... Sure, we can just store that. Kill. Okay, refresh. F5, okay, F5, okay. Fred says, hi. Submit, okay. Bob 2 says, no. Boom, okay. So that's working. All right. Okay. Package is still not out for delivery. Jerks. Add default string to JSON dumps args. Oh, that's you're way out of sync. Well, hold on though. That sounds interesting. Wait a minute. Is there like actual documentation for this on this page? Yes, right there. Default. What is default? Parameters. Why? That's load. Blah, 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 blah. JSON formatted string. Arguments have the same. Okay. What is that? Default. It seems like it should just be the default setting. A function that is called for objects that can't otherwise be serialized. Oh, okay. So I don't think that would have worked. I think this is like toString in Java, because for some reason I know that if I put toString here, then it would call the serializable version of that. I think that's what that is. Yeah, a function that is called, oh, unless it's the wrapper one. If none, default typer. Okay, well, we'll try that. That seems interesting. Default equals string. I'm not against this. Okay. Have non-serializable issues, but objects have string. Okay. Let's double check that this still functions. Demo. Okay. 5. Hello. F5. Friend. No. Okay. So that works. Still. Perfect. All right. So why was I doing this? Oh yeah, because elsewhere I could store or reference the UUID, and then use that to determine logically what to do, and then I could use the UUID to get the WebSocket instance for that client. That's right. Watch WebSockets already have an ID. Actually, I bet they don't, because this library seems incredibly underbaked. No offense to anyone who works on this, but holy moly. A per client runtime data store to put where whatever you like in. Yes. So I could add a state object or something to this. All right. I would like to see what I can incorporate into this function that is scattered elsewhere throughout this, though, because we're nearly 150 lines into this. It's mostly garbage. So let's see. So graceful shutdown. We need to not hold on this, or we were going to do something else. Okay, let me go through some things here really quick. WebSocket broadcast for client key in send event broadcast. Okay. What I should do is move this to this and then use data. And then broadcast just be this. Hello, trans girl. We have actually made some progress on this, as frustrating and confusing as it is. You know, I never checked if the client is actually receiving its ID, as if I know how to do that. I guess we can't see receiving stuff. Or maybe I should use debugger and then have a just breakpoint on receive. First JSON data. Okay, F5. Go. Got a new thing. Okay, and then we never got a thing back, I think. Hold on. F5. Go. Okay, so data. We're not sticking here. If data. Why? Oh, maybe I'm just skipping it. Hold on. No. Okay, let's just add a UUID event. If event equal UUID alert. I'm now known as UUID. I think you said it was still. Yeah, no, it's not out for delivery. It's in city. It's very close, within about 40 miles, but they're still not bringing it out for delivery. Very frustrating. Okay. New connection. Okay, but then it did not send back the UUID. Let's get rid of the new connection alert in case having too many of those is causing a problem. Print new. F5. It is not sending it back. Why? Send. Okay, UUID. Reading object, some or another, was never awaited. Wait. Where's my dot hex? Oh, right there. Await outside async function. I'm gonna cry. Async. But will this work? Not coroutine. Oh no. Okay, do I? Oh wait. Oh my gosh, Python is gross. F5. And it should return not coroutine. Uh, uh, why is no work? Yeah, async is just nothing but setting up lines to wait in. You know, we could just. Is the audio syncing correctly? No idea. That, and then not think about it. Yeah, you're saying, well, how about we just send the UUID back as soon as we do that? And then we don't do it here at all. And then life is easy and we move on. Do without the dot hex, but that's not anything crucial. Yeah. Okay, let's try this one more time. Okay, refresh. Okay, data event, new UUID. Okay. I'm now known as undefined. Okay, cool. What do you mean? Wait, what? Hold on, let's try that one more time. F5. Data, UUID, data. Okay. Oh, because I'm an idiot. That's why. Data. Audio looks synced on your end? All right, cool. Thank you. All right, now we're good. Kill this, restart it. I'm now known as blah, 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 blah. Okay, perfect. Red one says, help. I'm Hex now. And Bob says, and okay. Okay. That really bugs me. We can't send the UUID back from here, but whatever. Screw it. Update client. All right, we call it and then we update it right after. So you're rewriting DiscRip, but it seems you're creating a chat room. Yeah, well, this is just the test bed software. So that I can know how this works and different things. This lets me simulate a number of different features easily. So that's why this works as a good test. Okay. So from here let's say from here we wrap the receiving thing. Okay, let's create the consumer task, whatever. Okay. Let's try this. So I don't know what I'm doing there. Okay, let me think about this. How is this? So the WebSocket gets opened. The callback or the WebSocket is saved to the list before it gets here. Okay. So we take this concept, all right, for the receiver, and then we're going to make a task for async def WebSocket underscore receiver. All right. And then this has a stupid true while nonsense. All right. And then data. And then we handle the data down there. Hates networks. Yeah, I do genuinely hate networks. But you got to make the computers do things together, or else they're really boring on their own. Okay, so we would move all of this here, let's say. Wait a minute. Oh, how can I get the UUID? How can I exfiltrate this? Because you know what would be really cool is if this function was part of this. See if Python yells at me for this. It didn't. Okay. It even loaded and everything, and then went nap time. Okay, async, create task, receiving. That's fair. Oh my gosh, I think that might work. Okay. So, if that works, then let's say WebSocket receiver. All right. Async def update or no. If data JSON dumps. Or JSON something some where is it? JSON loads. Await thing. Hold on, let's just do. Okay, this. Data equals. Okay, but it's WS because we know what object we're in. Okay. So this it should always be this client. I'm pretty sure. I believe it will always be the correct ID. I don't think it's possible for it to not be. Okay, we do self dot update data. And then here, self data print data. Okay. I have a plan. Don't worry. I have a plan that's going to demonstrate actual use case. WebSocket receiver. Okay, create task. Consumer. Okay. And then okay, so this runs, and then while WebSocket alive, async io.sleep 1 consumer dot cancel, and then await gather consumer, I guess. Okay. And for the moment, I'm going to move all of this to here. And then return. Okay. How much does it hate me? Await outside of await or async function. Fine. Okay. F5. I'm now known as nap time. Okay, what did it die on? Take 0 positional arguments, but 1 was given. Self. Okay. Warning. Sleep was never awaited. That's fine. Where is it? Oh, wait. Okay, demo. Address already in use. What? Huh. Why? Comments at a period around 60 or 80. One of the selves. Oh, I did fix that. That was this, I think. So that should be fine. SSNTP. I don't know what that would do. I don't think anything is listening on... No, nothing is listening on port 5000. Which is what this should be listening on. Yeah. Here, I'll kill that. Bring it back. Address already in use. Now I think we have a zombie process or something. I'm not sure. Oh, wait. No, it is there. Okay, I see it. PID kill that. Signal 9. I don't know what 5001 is, but I'm going to not worry about it. Okay. Boom. All right. Back to here. F5. Client added. It's that. Okay. Okay. Whatever. Okay. Data, message, event, broadcast. Okay. That's working now. Yeah, that child process thing is what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, and then this, because the error of the WebSocket was never canceled, there's an option to reuse address, but I forgot what it is. Yeah, I was told about that. It's fine for right now. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, exit handler. I'm not currently registering the Control-C handler, so let's try that. Save. Okay, let's kill this. Reload. F5. Client removed, shutting down connections. Oh, that was weird. I don't know what happened there. Blah. Okay, that gets sent. And then Control-C. That worked. It just worked. Awesome. Okay. All right. Let me kill okay. Now. Here's where this gets hard. Forget how terrible the decorator documentation is. Okay, here's my idea. Can't read the code. Can you explain what worked? Oh, you weren't here for it. So, yesterday, I'm trying to think about the best way to explain this. To get it working in the WebSocket opening thing, we had a while loop here that was always true, and that would allow the receiver to get new data in and then return and then start waiting for new data again. But the problem was when I would Control-C the program, that while true loop would keep the code open. This would always be running. The normal web server part of Quart would close, but this WebSocket server instance would stay open. So I could still send and receive WebSockets. If I closed the JavaScript client, it would properly call the canceled error, and then it would close out the thing. But it wouldn't be able to close it from the server side because there's no way to get a signal into the while loop to kill it. So what I'm doing is I'm calling the receiver loop as a separate async IO event. And then I'm waiting, or I am adding that as a task in the background. And then that can run on its own and keep doing whatever it wants. Then when I receive a kill command, I tell that task to cancel. So rather than telling the loop to end, I just murder the task outright, externally. So it's sidestepping the problem of trying to get a SIGINT into there, which I don't think actually worked correctly, because there's no way to like get it into that WebSocket loop. But this does work. So that'll work. The next problem here's okay. Let me just say what I want to do. Okay. I want to add a parameter to this. I want this parameter to be a class name, because what I want to do is class custom WebSocket extends WebSocket handler. And then the only thing you do in here is overload update. Or receive. We'll figure out what that should be properly named later. And then I want all of this to be in this. And then we'll use self.ws for all the places where WebSocket is used here. Boom. So I want to overload this. I guess we need to have data. Update data. But here's the problem. This is not what is being instantiated here in the decorator nonsense. So what I want to do is add name. No, yeah, name was valid here, or you know what? No, class name. If class name is none, class name equal this. Eval class name. And then down here, I want to pass the class name of the custom WebSocket instance. We might also be able to skip the eval part. I might be able to just do this. And then just use, instead of class name, if class, let's say WS class. If WS class is none, then make it that, and then WS class like that. That might be valid as well. But here's the thing. I don't know how you pass a parameter to a decorator, and it's horrendous. Like, horrendous. Python decorator parameter. So if we can figure this out, oh my gosh. Oh, you know what else I could just do? This. However this works. Okay, decorator factory. So decorator, some argument. Then we make decorator factory, and then decorator function, and then wrapper, blah, 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 and then function, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So we need, I don't know where the func_tools wrap goes, but I'm just going to not worry about it at this point because this is getting messy. So function will go here. And then we're going to need all the returns that ever done did return. Func. Yeah, this would get this. Okay, and then this would get this. Okay. And then I don't know why we don't have anything else down here, but maybe we don't need it. Wrapper, quargs, blah, blah. I don't know if we need that or not. Decorator, function. Maybe. Oh, we do have 3 levels now. Okay, so we got 3 levels. Bottom level has that. So this might work. Let's see how much it complains. Very much so. Okay, invalid syntax. That's like the most basic thing I could have screwed up. Def. Name wrapper is not defined. Return wrapper. Return decorator. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. F5. Oh my gosh, no way. No way. Some of the spaghetti code makes me hungry for pasta. Test. Submit. No way. Hold on. F5. Test 2. Oh my gosh, it just worked. Okay. So we can remove all of this. This is the default. If you don't supply an overloaded class, then it just preprints the data and dies. Okay. All right, that makes it way easier in the future to be able to implement custom code on top of this without breaking everything. Okay, now let me think about how this all could be maybe consolidated a little more. Maybe even document some stuff too. Crazy concept, I know. Store WebSocket and create UUID. Create, or you know what? Interface class for handling WebSockets with UUIDs for client identification. Okay. Forget what the syntax is. Param, meh. WS. You know what? I'm not even going to pretend I know what that is right now. Now just wrap it all in setup tools, submit it to PyPy, so you can reuse it as a pip. Yeah. I'll come back to this because I don't remember what the parameters thing is. Oh, you know, I did. I properly documented video route. I could just look at that. Git pull. All right. Parameters look like this. Returns. I mean, it returns an instance of the object. We'll just ignore that for right now. Current WebSocket instance. Okay. Put this here, and then I can get rid of this and replace this H with a G. Okay. Sends a dictionary as a package event to WebSocket client parameter event ID event name as string. Data. Object of data to send as payload. Okay. This will be. What'd you miss? I kind of cracked it slightly. Hardly ever paid attention to PyPy anymore. 10 years can be bothered. Add search functionality. It doesn't require modern web browser. I don't browse PyPy. I just Google stuff, and then whatever shows up that seems relevant, I will investigate deeper. Updates. Client with current with new UID. Just programming? Yes. This is foundational programming of just trying to learn how to do a thing. Maybe I could spell this correctly. I feel like I copied that. Did they misspell it in the documentation? No, I just suck. Okay, never mind. WebSocket receiver. And then somewhere around here, we created a task that is the WebSocket receiver. Oh, it's way down here. Okay, there we go. Okay. Called when new WebSocket data is received. Calls self dot. You know what? Let's just call this receive instead. I think that makes more sense. Some on Arch. If it isn't available in the main repos, it's probably in the ARU or AUR. Yeah. All self receive with picked formatted data. Turns nothing. Overloadable function for user to handle data received. Objective data received as payload. I feel like I screwed some up. No, I think it's all good. Oh, wait, that's not right. Let's rerun this, make sure this is still working. So I'm not 100% sure. F5. Okay. F5. Okay. Test. Yep. Blah. Yeah, okay, good. And then Control C, all of them die. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. You know what I could do is send an event that tells it I'm closing now, and then I could let them handle that and then just kill it after. So maybe we have we call close and then that tries to do that, but I don't know. The problem with that is that we can send the data I don't know. I don't know how the close works. We'll look into that in a little bit. Okay, I think that works. All right. Now, let's look at the other ugly things. We have the exit handler, which is called really far down, actually. Let's pull all of this way down here, because that's where it's actually used. I don't think there's any way I can not have this, because it's got to be called here. So unless I... Can I do this? Is that, like, acceptable? It doesn't feel like it should be acceptable, but maybe it is. Meh. Meh. Meh, meh. Oh, Python's gross. Okay. So move that in there. All right. I would like to figure out how all of this can be not here. So what can I do with this? So this is already calling an instance of this object. This is such a weird way of doing programming. So what I'm envisioning, for the record, I'm gonna have a importable Python class that is this part of the code. So you import this and then probably some of this stuff too. And then you would just create the class here that overloads this. And then you have to make this as your route. So the idea is basically everything north of this we import. Typical C++ programmer. Import Shelby sockets. I mean, kinda. I feel like I'm making this way more complicated than it needs to be, but I don't know. Can we do it Perl? For scripting. I've never done Perl, so I really can't say much. Here's the other thing. I think I should make this whatever this goes into, maybe kind of a class as well, so that per WebSocket endpoint we can make a class for the clients for that, and then the WebSocket Alive could also be tied into that, maybe. Actually, wait a minute. We don't even need this here. Hold on a moment. If I set this right here, is this still the same scope? Because I think it is. And then the Control-C still works. I think we don't have to have a global at all. This can just all exist in there. Let's just use bash. Yeah, the old version of this code used bash, and it was a nightmare. WebSocket Alive is assigned before global declaration. Let's not use that. Okay. F5. F5. Test. Whatever. Close enough. Okay, and then Control C. No, I think we need the global scope in this. Okay. So if we do this, that might be good. Up here, hold on. Since coding, found yourself here. Came to procrastinate on Twitch from programming for work or watch someone else program. Well, welcome. Andrew KB, bunch of buddy. Fatify myself here. I don't want to say I don't normally do programming streams. Ideally, I don't do programming streams, but right now we are. I'm writing my own software to work with tools and hardware that I have, but I've been doing it in a bad way recently, so I'm trying to learn a better foundational way of using WebSockets for different tasks, and I'm trying to create my own kind of toolkit for that makes sense for me. So yeah, that's what I'm working on right now. All right, let's try this. So we globaled the WebSocket Alive there, which I think will bring it into scope. Let's find out. Test. Okay, and then kill. No. Do I need to do this? I don't like having it be a global. Why do I have to do that? Why can't think you should encode this. Yeah. All right. Control C. That works. Okay. Is it global inside a thing like this, local to that, or is it global, like actually out here global? Let me rephrase that question. Is global tied to true Python global, or is it tied to the highest scope that it is called in? Fanatics told you just use Rust yet? No, because they know that it's not going to happen. Because I'm doing too much weird stuff. Okay, let's look up global. Python variables only reference inside a function are implicitly global. Variable assigned value anywhere within the function's body is assumed to be local. Unless it's declared as global. It's present as first. Moments consideration explain requiring global for assigned values. Why can't we just go up one level in scope? Unless that is how this works. I don't know. How do I share global variables across modules? Oh, if that doesn't happen, then I'm fine with it. Just define it in def int itself. I don't. Maybe I do that. I'm not sure. Let's think about that. So let's say I make a class. Let's look at what class web socket client. Okay, let's say we do this. Sans object. It would create the list of WebSocket clients. So def init self. So we would have self.WebSocket clients, and then I think we could have self WebSocket alive. Why not Rust? You have some weird things where you don't like it. You actually, all right. WebSocket Alive. Okay. So I bet we could put exit handler in this. So exit handler, and then it would be self dot WebSocket Alive equals false. And then let's say we have. There's nothing in there that is implicitly WebSockety, so that's kind of cool. So let's say we make def WebSocket underscore connect self, and then WSH. Okay, try blah blah blah. Okay, create the receiver. Consumer sits here. We don't need this because we do self, but this is already true, so we don't need that. So self, we don't need this because it's already up there. While self.websocket alive, self exit handler, async IO sleep gather, and then on error, okay. Let's see. If you do that, the children will inherit them too using super. I'm not sure what you mean. So I don't need the children to handle any SIGINT stuff, if that's what you're talking about. Okay. Up here, we have the WebSocket register, which no matter what, we have to have as a standalone function so that it can be used as a decorator. There's no way around that. WebSocket broadcast. That could be integrated into this. So self data. So for self.websocket clients, so far this has a problem that I recognize. We'll get to that in a moment. Key client, send events. Okay. Okay. And then that is different. Okay. So now the problem is we need an instance of this that we probably, so let's say here we do WSC equals WebSocket clients. But then this WebSocket clients. We are adding to that. Wait a minute. That can be a function. This is a function of that. So if this is here, okay, there, and then I'm gonna need a bunch of self dots. WebSocket clients, no global, not needed. WebSocket clients, there. WebSocket clients, remove. Okay. Oh, that's what you mean, transcode. Yes. So we're not going to extend this, actually. So that's not needed. So this one, it's just, we're basically going to create an instance of this here. So like down here, per WebSocket that we're listening to. So we are going to do this here, like that. Do not have to define var as global variable. No, yeah. So I don't actually want globals in here. That's what I'm trying to avoid by sticking everything in a class. So I think this works now. And we basically converted everything into 2 classes to create fancy pants WebSocket handlers. Maybe. And then for here, we would do WebSocket WHC whatever thingamajig connect. Connect this, because that WebSocket handler creates the receiver task, and then we can send it stuff elsewhere, I think, somehow. Probably. We'll need to be able to get clients out by the ID, but they will be in here, so that will actually be possible. Yeah. I mean, that's what Transcurl's talking about, but I'm not actually utilizing that in any way. So, or for this. There will not be, this class will not be inherited or a parent of anything. There will just be an instance. Okay, for kicks, let's see if this runs. Await outside. Uh-oh. Async function. 162. Okay, WebSocket connect. Async. That's fine. Then await and return. This is one of those things where it's going to want like a value for the return. WebSocket register takes 0 to 1, 2 were given. Okay. Self. Oh my gosh, if this works, it's going to be awesome. Okay. No way. This is ridiculous. Test. Okay, that did not work. Why did that not work? Okay, got a new data. So that's printed somewhere. Got a data. So got a data is printed here. And then I'm guessing the event stuff is not working. So let's pprint data. Test. Okay, data, message, test, event, broadcast. Okay. So data, event, broadcast. That should match. Await WebSocket broadcast. Oh, that doesn't exist. Although it does, but it's this. Okay, let's think about this. So like I just don't need inheritances for this class. Like this one, it doesn't need it. This one is using it. It's just about what is needed for that particular use case. Also, for the record, the super init thing is only if you are overloading the constructor. So in this case, I'm not overloading the constructor, so I don't need to call that. So this is actually inheriting these already because I'm not overloading that. And if you overload the constructor and the constructor takes a variable, you do need to pass that to the super init. So I do know. Just okay. It really is spaghetti code. I'm trying to unspaghetti it right now. That is literally what I'm trying to do right now. Let's try and figure out the best way to do this. So let's say I move this up here, and then we do this and this. I think that'll work. And then these WebSocket clients is not defined. Fine. Gosh, needy. Okay, so user defined line. Okay. Everything below here would be what the user would actually put in the file. Everything up here would be the equivalent of the import for right now. It's fine, trans girl. It's no worries. It's also with like the delay of the chat. It's difficult to try and stay on topic when things move around. So I get it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, I think this will work, and I think the two clients will actually be able to communicate with each other now. Because what was happening previously is this was referencing the global version of this function that I left in here, not the specifically new one. So boom, that's working. Test 2. Boom, that's working. Okay. So I think I can delete all of the global versions of this stuff now. Okay. So from WebSocket, but good. Okay, let's just say that's what I named my module. Import WebSocket clients, comma, WebSocket handler. Okay? We create an instance of WebSocket clients, and then we overload or instance WebSocket handler and overload receive. We're also going to be able to do some other stuff, but that's different. We can respond to events in our overloaded receive, and then we will have send event, which will be able to send data to a particular client. And we'll be able to use this to get the UUID of a client. And then get the WebSocket from that. Yeah, let's break this out now. Let's actually do the import. Okay. Web, add file, WebSocket interface, I guess, .py. Okay. Open this, slide this over here. Okay, now I'm going to copy. So I'm going to cut all of this. Boom. Put this here. Okay. Now, we're going to need a bunch of this. Because I'm lazy. I'm just going to take all of it. Boom. Brilliant. Now let's comment this a little bit. But from wherever it was, this. From WebSocket underscore interface. And then I think dot. That's what we want. Here we do something or another. That's probably fine. Okay. I think we can save that. Let's just run that right now to make sure before I change anything else that it still works. F5. Okay. F5. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Appears on both. Blah, blah, blah. Appears on both. Okay. All right. This is going to be kind of awesome, actually. I'm looking forward to this. Okay, WebSocket clients. Fantastic introduction to object end of the day. So I had a really awful introduction to object-oriented programming, and it was one of the things that also ruined college and kind of just school in general for me. So I have a computer programming degree. I went through college to get it, and I took a class on Java. And I went through the whole class, and I had to buy a book for it. Okay, like this weird thing that's made out of dead trees that they slice real thin. Okay, so I bought this book, which was of course expensive, and then it had all of the chapters about how to do all the stuff. Okay, so I took the Java class, and then I was like, cool, let's see what other classes they have. Object-oriented programming. You know, that sounds really interesting. It would be cool to learn more about this contemporary, programming paradigm. Let me take that class. Get that class. Get that book. It's in Java, and the book from the same publisher is exactly the same as the Java class's book was, but with the chapters shuffled around to put the object-oriented stuff from the same book up front. They were identical. I was ticked. So I just turned in all the exact same assignments from the Java class to the object-oriented class, and it was just like, well, this is a giant waste of my time. Because I was there to actually learn things. All right. Anyway, let's write some code. Manages multiple WebSocket client connections to a single endpoint. Creates, and actually this doesn't handle the UUID stuff. Got a project red interface, old school COBOL. Ooh. All right. Now am I stuck in a half tab purgatory? Let's fix this primarily. First of all, like this. No more evil half tabs. Boom. Wait, why am I using literal tabs? Where did those come from? Control R /T 1, 2, 3, 4. Replace all. No. All. No. Where is it getting tabs from? Save. Close. Open. Tab. Okay. There we go. Don't need the code getting poisoned with tabs. I prefer tabs. Don't get me wrong. I prefer tabs, but you can't do tabs in Python or else things will explode. Okay. I think it's all fine now. I don't know where those tabs are coming from. Those books sound like a programming, everything just copy pasted between child classes anyway, slightly modified. If you had a better introduction, you think that is hilarious on the meta. Yeah, in a way, yes. If it had been framed that way, I think I would have enjoyed it, but that was not how it was. Yeah, Majenko, that's the thing. Yep. I'm not, nah. I would prefer tabs, but it's just not how it works in practice. Yeah, in theory, yes. In practice, no. Okay. Rates. Management variables for clients. Handles forced disconnect. Yeah, that's the word I want. Disconnection of clients on program exit. Okay. All right, return nothing. Parameter. Ram. Why are these different? Why is this? All this needs to go down one. There. Okay. Param. Sig. Some signal thing. Param. Frame. Where you put pictures. I don't know. Okay. Nothing but the best documentation here. All right. WebSocket connect. Okay. Let's see. Looping. Handler. Looping. It's not a task. Yeah, it could be a task. This be a task? Looping segment that breaks out WebSocket receive task. Receiver task, yeah. Okay. WSH instance WebSocket handler object. Okay. Returns nothing. Correct. Okay. WebSocket broadcast. RAM data. Payload to send. I should probably make that. No, the event is broadcast. That's what it is. So I don't have to do that. Send data payload to all connected clients. WebSocket register. Okay. Decorator. Registering new WebSocket connections. payload WS class. What is the Python term for the like actual object type thing here? So it'd be WebSocket handler or child class to use for WebSocket connections. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what that should be. And then that's it. Okay, let's add some more comments in the middle of the code. Okay. Don't need anything there. Don't need anything there. Let's see. Break out WebSocket listener to avoid blocking loop. Register. Program end signal. Loop. Yeah, no kidding, MB. Until end or wait a minute, WebSocket alive. Try. Okay, yeah. Cancel. That is on disconnect. Okay. Loop until program is killed. Program is ended. And receiving task. Gather. Close out. Coroutines, tasks, whatever. Okay. Handle disconnection here. Okay. All right. That one's pretty darn self-explanatory. Okay. Then here. We don't actually need this because it's set up there. All right. Decorator function to receive function pointer for argument handling. Wrap talk to new function. I don't know if it'll actually work, but whatever. Okay. Create instance of handler. And client UUID. Store client connection. All main function. button. Remove WebSocket client on disconnect. Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm realizing I have kind of antiquated the entirety of everything that goes in here. But whatever. Shelby sucks. Ugh. Okay. Let's run this one more time, make sure it works. Oh, I really like that this properly handles everything. It's so nice. Test. Okay, blah, 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 blah. That's working. It's beautiful. Okay. Git add WebSocket interface, git commit, break out WebSocket managers into module, git push. All right. All right. Now, the one thing we haven't actually done yet, but in theory we could do, is send a signal to a specific client. Just haven't tried that yet. But all the parts are there. I feel like that was some massive progress today already, though. Like, that was big. Okay. So let's just run through some, like, real examples of what I would do again. Let's just think about this. So PyLive photo, we would have the user ID would have the path stored in memory somewhere for each client that's connected, so it would know where they are to send file updates through the UUID. Okay. Video route. We have the broadcast option. So every time one of the screenshots is updated, which can happen in this code or whatever, something along those lines. Excuse me. I can send a broadcast message that has a signal like, hey, update this image. That's Python treating me surprisingly well. It took 4 hours to get there, but I actually kind of tamed the WebSocket thing. So, hold on. Okay, so that would allow the image thing to work. And then if I wanted, I could also send broadcast updates for, like, input signals. If I wanted to highlight a button, like, oh, this input is this switch, so that's active or something along those lines. All right. Or I could highlight whatever the last button was that was clicked, something along those lines. Okay. PyDiscRip. It's going to be broadcast updates for queues that are added for incoming rips. The particular rips that get new things added, I will be able to send WebSocket data that says update this particular thing with new stuff. That's also going to be a broadcast. So that's not that fancy. RT4K remote. I'm probably never going to update that with the WebSocket stuff. It's just not going to be worth it. I might do it with the better wart flask wrapping, but that would be it. It's never going to need WebSocket. Stream integration. Gosh. Yeah, WebSockets for receiving chat messages, but that's definitely a broadcast. Yeah, SRT notes. So it could be, I don't see any reason for it to not be a post action to an endpoint, but it can WebSocket back with a broadcast to do it. So the cool thing here, okay, is like, let's say we have a send over here. All right. Instead of using, we could actually do this. Instead of tying this to a WebSocket send, I could tie it here to the API send. Okay. And then what I could do is I can await a broadcast message here and then send data sender. So we can just get rid of this. And data message. And then I believe that will just work. It'll also load the stuff into the database, and then next time I reload the page, it'll be there. Let's just try this really quick. Demo. No such file. That's fair. Okay. So F5. Yep. F5. Yep. That's 1. Boom. Okay, why did it die? Reloading database. Uh-oh. And database is locked. Cool. Okay. Just kill that. Sometimes that happens. Then I got to go in there. I got to delete the database file. I think it happens when I forget to delete it after pulling the database or the, I should git ignore the database file. That's what I need to do. And then basically delete it every single time I start programming anything. Okay. Do that. Why am I running PyLive photo? Oh, I shouldn't be. I should be doing this. Boom. Demo. Okay. F5. Okay. F5. Okay. Test. Boom. That just worked. Okay. It was added. It WebSocket sent it to both. And if I duplicate this tab and open it in a new one, it didn't populate the database with stuff from the database. Why? Chat page. Okay. This should have... Hold on. Chat is select message from chat. Why did that not work? Insert into. This should have worked. F5. Oh, there it is. Oh, it probably needed the... Yeah, probably just reuse the cache data. Okay, so yeah, that works. So now the database is caching the messages and they're being sent to the clients live. So if Fred, let's say Bob down here disconnects, okay? And then Fred says, where Bob go? Okay. Bob doesn't get this message because Bob's gone. But if Bob comes back, okay, and then refreshes the page, boom, now Bob gets the message. Because I stored it in the SQL database. Okay. But then Bob can say, know where you need to know. And it gets dynamically added. Okay, this is pretty darn sweet. This rocks. I am very much liking this. And F5, again, populates this from the SQL directly into the page using the Quart template rendering. So this gets served statically. So view page source, that's just in there. And then it gets updated with WebSockets later. Yeah, I'm liking this. You know what? I want to... Exit handler takes 2 positional arguments, but 3 are given. Uh-oh. Next job, re-implement Twitch. Yeah. What died? WebSockets exit handler. WebSocket clients. Exit handler takes 2. Oh, did I forget to self that? I bet I did. I wonder if I left orphaned stuff. Exit handler, yeah. So, there we go. Okay. Git, commit, use db to store messages. Boom. Git push. I don't remember I pushed the last one, so that was probably good to do. I'm accomplishing the things that I wanted to here. I'm pretty darn happy. Now, another thing that I would do, you can see there's raw SQL in here. I would have a an extension to the database demo class here. Wherever that is. Import db demo. Where is that? Oh, it's in util. So I would extend this to basically have stored procedures for chat. So chat would actually probably just extend this right here, kind of like this, to add the stored procedures and then use those down in here. That's my thought process. Yeah, I drank all the coffee before the stream even started. I was sad. Okay, is there anything anyone can think of that is not being handled by this right now that could be added as a to-do list? I'm feeling pretty darn good about this right now. I think maybe a better JavaScript library for the client side to pair with this, although it's not that critical, although the client should send its UUID, but I don't know that it's necessary. Probably it might be necessary. I don't know. So yeah, maybe something that wraps more of the JavaScript WebSocket side would be a good idea. Dumb question, okay? In plain JavaScript, okay? Not jQuery or anything, all right? Is there something that is better for creating, like, nested elements like this, or are you just stuck doing this in JavaScript plain? Noldurf, this is a test project for me to better learn the fundamentals of how I've been implementing all of my other projects. All of my other projects have been very hacky and bad, and I'm kind of tired of maintaining them in that state. So this is an attempt to take all of the concepts that I've been kind of doing poorly and figure out a much better way of doing them that's actually maintainable. So right now, that's the typical JS thing. Usually make my own simple wrappers for common element types. Yeah, I can understand that. I could see, at the very least, making a single line function wrapper that takes an ID, a string of JavaScript or CSS classes, and then inner text. Yeah, that would be a good one too. And then maybe an on-click or something. I don't know. But yeah, just a very small, like, one-liner. Could save, like, 5 lines. Yeah, that makes sense, Noldurf. Because, yeah, this is excessively verbose. Let's write inner HTML and strings. Ugh, yeah, no, I don't want to do that. All right, well, I think that's going to kind of be it for today. I'm really happy with the progress we made, like super duper happy. I don't think that could have gone much better. Not exactly sure. I want to go with that. Is there ever a case where you need to persist a specific UUID for communication with a specific client? That's what well, that's why I was talking about earlier. There is one project I've made that does that, PyLivePhoto, which is the one that I demonstrated where you can view a folder of images and it will always update to show the newest image as the big full view. You could have multiple clients connected and each of them could be viewing different folders, and you'd only want to send them the new images for the folder that they are viewing. But this can do that. That was part of the reason of wrapping the UUID stuff. So you could just use the UUID, and I might do this where I might add a function to this where I get a client from a UUID so that I know that I can access it that way. And then if there's like a database query or something where it's like update clients that match this, then the UUID could do that. That might be one area where like Redis would help, but I don't think I want to mess with that. But yeah, so the UUIDs are here as part of the socket handler, and then the socket clients class stores all of the clients, and they have their UUID as a key. So, and then they're passed in there. So, you could just iterate over the clients by key to find it, or something along those lines. And then this is actually extendable. So if you wanted to add a like an event list to this or something, where it's like, you know, if there's new message, it goes through all the clients. If the client accepts event type this, then you just send it that. That would be possible. So yeah, this is just meant to be the most bare bones like possible WebSocket stuff though. Although maybe I want to add the event thing. Interesting. All right, I should wrap this up though. Yeah, I'm pretty happy where this currently is. All right. Well, it is outro time, which me saying that is probably very desynced from the actual server stuff. So, but yeah, that's going to be it for today. So, I think you're needing something higher level client session concept that contains a socket. What page reviewing? Yeah, so I could do the session, maybe I could copy that, but I kind of have that with the UUID thing, but I don't know. I'll mess around with it more as we progress and see how it goes.
T2D have joined.
Yeah, if you enjoyed this stream though, we are in the outro. we are wrapping up right now. T2SD though, thank you for the raiders. Yeah, I am wrapping up at the moment though. Ben, are you here? Are you about to start streaming? Here, I can see if I can pay it forward. I suspect not. I think Ben's got company over. Majenko, you doing anything? Can I send messages to that TTS? Love that voice. Yes, anyone who chats 100 bits or more can get the TTS read by the Deck Talk software. Right now, because I'm not at my office, it's actually read by a software emulator, but when I stream from my real office, it's done through a hardware Deck Talk. Anyway, I'm going to try and raid Majenko, because apparently he's going live. Let's see. Following. Boom. Okay. All right, we're going to raid Majenko. So you all have fun over there. All right. If you enjoyed the stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the family, find me on Patreon. But for now, that's it. Also, shirts. Wait, this is not my shirt. That's it for now. I'll see you next time. I don't think I have a lot of time left here.